Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, members of council, we're ready to go and we're live now, I believe. Madam Clerk, could you please confirm that quorum is present?
Madam Mayor, quorum is present.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting of City Council to order. We have a number of councillors around the table, and we have Councillor Maureen Wilson joining us virtually. We have Councillor Beattie, Kassar, Clark, Danko, Francis, Wang, Jackson, Kretsch, McMeekin, Nan, Spadafora, Taddison, and Alex Wilson around the table, as well as Councillor Pauls, who's joining us at this moment, and as I said, Councillor Wilson online. So can we start then with the national anthem, please? Please stand. Thank you all. Please be seated. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbours, partners, and caretakers. Members have to be cognizant of the need to keep your electronic devices on a non-audible function during council meetings. Before we get into the agenda, I just wanted to note that Remembrance Day is fast approaching. I'm happy to see that folks are acknowledging that. It's important, I think, to let folks know that we had a request, the Mayor's Office had a request from Councillor McMeekin to say a few words as someone who has served, and so I'll be recognizing him very shortly. But we know that there are lots of people in our city that are impacted by war, and right now, in this very moment, ongoing war in Ukraine. Hamilton is home, of course, to Jewish Canadians whose security was shattered in that brutal surprise terrorist attack on innocent civilians just a few weeks ago. And of course, we're home to many Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim Canadians who have been devastated and are suffering as a result of the ongoing violence in Gaza. Hamilton is home to Canadians whose friends and loved ones and homelands are impacted by war and conflict each and every day. So just as Canada is home to those who fought and sacrificed and lost loved ones in World War I and II and Korea and many conflicts since, and those who have served in many peacekeeping missions as well, we're a home to people who are touched by war. And that's a reality, I think, that's important for us to acknowledge. And so as we reflect on Remembrance Day, let's hold in our hearts what it means to be impacted personally by such horrors. And let's commit to being a place where those losses are acknowledged and grieved and remembered. Let's commit to being a place where everyone feels safe and protected from persecution and threat in their daily lives, and where everyone feels able to mourn their losses and speak their desire for peace. Today is also Indigenous Veterans Day. And so we also honor the long and distinguished legacy of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis service in the Canadian Armed Forces. We remember the thousands of Indigenous people who served proudly despite disenfranchisement, discrimination, and a denial of access to veteran supports. Thank you. Nyaweh, Miigwech, Nakurmik. I'll now turn to Councillor McMeekin for a few quick words.
Your Worship, thank you. Yeah, members of council. Remembering. McMaster graduate, the late great Reverend Dr. Tommy Douglas, at the funeral of a good friend once offered these words, and I quote, "If instead of flowers we could plant a beautiful thought in the heart of a friend, that would be to give as the angels give," end quote. It was in Canadian physician Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae's World War I poem where we first discover Flanders Field, a place where, quote, "the poppies blow beneath the crosses row on row." The poppy is a truly beautiful flower, but it's far more than that. It's also a beautiful thought and a simple reminder to remember. We remember the 1.5 million Canadians who chose to cross an ocean to fight injustice and stand for freedom. We remember the 100,000 Canadians who gave their lives in World War I, World War II, the Korean War, and other conflicts around the world. They paid the ultimate price, sacrificing their todays for our tomorrows. And we remember those who came home. They became students, farmers, factory workers, teachers, lawyers, and professionals of all kinds. Together, they went to work to build one of the greatest nations on the face of the earth. I suspect each of us around this horseshoe, Your Worship, has perhaps a special Remembrance Day story that they could share. Here's mine. My father was one of the lucky ones who went to war and came home. He joined the Navy, an incredibly brave thing to do for someone who couldn't swim. His ship was part of a convoy that crisscrossed the Atlantic. His ship was torpedoed by a German U-boat. Dad told me that bobbing up and down in the frigid Atlantic was not exactly what he signed up for. Fortunately, he was not at the tail end of the convoy. I say fortunate because when under attack, it was far too dangerous for the other convoy ships to stop to pick up survivors. Friends, all, as important as it is to remember, it is critical for remembrance, if it's to be lasting, be intergenerational. That's why, Your Worship, we need to encourage our children to learn the significance of Remembrance Day and to develop an appreciation for living in Canada and for them to forever stand on guard for their home and native land. As someone who spent some time with Canadian peacekeepers in Cyprus, I can attest that Canadians serving overseas today are just as proud and as brave as their fathers, mothers, and grandparents before them. It is difficult, in fact, almost impossible to imagine the experience our veterans must have endured. Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae ends his poem with these words, and I quote, "Take up our quarrel with the foe. To you from falling hands we throw the torch. Be it yours to hold high. If ye break faith with those who die, we shall not sweep, though poppies grow in Flanders fields." Friends, as we strive to remember and honor the bravery and selflessness of our veterans, let us commit to celebrating our shared humanity by comforting those who mourn, building hopes for our newly born, for continuing our pursuit of human worth, lest we forget the future of the earth. Finally, in our troubled world, let us remember to cherish our privileges, always respecting how they were earned. We shall remember them. Thank you.
So nice.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. We'll now go on to the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor Horvath. There are 26 added communication items. 517 is correspondence from Joyce Arthur, Executive Director of Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada, to be received and referred to the consideration of item 6 of the Planning Committee report. 518 is 24 pieces of correspondence respecting the Airport Employment Growth District Transportation Master Plan update, to be received and referred to the consideration of item 4 of the Planning Committee report. Item 519 is correspondence from Tim Nolan respecting the HSR Fare Assist Program pilot, to be received. There is one added notice of motion, 8.1, appointment of Chair and Vice Chair of General Issues Committee budget for the 2024 budget. There are 2 added private and confidential matters, 11.2, appointment to the Hamilton Police Services Board, 11.3, ATU Local 107 collective bargaining update.
Thanks very much, Clerk Pilon. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended, please? Moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Pauls. We'll go to the vote, please. Votes up, everyone. Thanks very much. Is there any discussion on the agenda as amended? No, seeing none then. We're on to declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest? Okay, seeing none, then we'll go on to ceremonial activities, of which there are none. And so then to the approval of minutes of our previous meeting, October 25th, 2023. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the October 25th, 2023 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Cretch, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. Communications, Councillor Cassar, may I have the motion on the communications items, please?
Yes, Mayor, you may. It's moved by me, seconded by former Deputy Mayor Mark Tattison, that Council Communications 5.1 to 5.19 be approved as presented.
Thanks very much. Any discussion on the, that's moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Tattison? Okay, thank you. And is there any discussion on the communications items? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I just wanted to draw the public's attention to communication item 5.3, which, as you're very familiar with, it's a letter from the big city mayors of Ontario with respect to a resolution that they put forward. It has to do with the funding formula that the province has set out for building homes faster. I believe that's the name of it. And some of the challenges that it creates for municipalities with a formula that's almost impossible to meet, and therefore the funding, the likelihood of the funding flowing to municipalities in need, and where one of them may not be so great. So if I may ask through you to Acting GM Robichaud, if he could just highlight the challenge that it presents. Municipalities are responsible for approving applications. We're not in the development business, but if he could highlight through his professional lens. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Acting GM Robichaud, please.
Thank you. Through the Mayor to the Councillor, Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager. The Councillor is correct. Municipalities, the City of Hamilton provides permissions to allow landowners or developers to build such that zoning is permissive. It would allow for a multiple-story building to be constructed. Site plan approval is permissive, and it allows you to apply for a building permit to construct a multiple dwelling, and then a building permit is a permission to construct that multiple dwelling. It is the landowner's option or at their discretion whether or not they want to execute on that building permit and when they want to execute on that building permit. So often there can be a delay, even on a building permit, where the developer will then take it to their bank or their financing sources, secure all of that funding, confirm their contracts, and then proceed to start on the construction and the excavation. And that can be 6 months to a year before we actually see a foundation in the ground and then construction occurring. This challenge has been identified by both municipalities, the big city mayors, AMO, and as well as the planners, and having conversations with the province around this particular challenge, because based on the most recent information right now, the City of Hamilton is at 44% of the target, even though from a planning approvals process, we are 2 or 3 times above the target. And it is that time lag and factors beyond the municipality's control, which then would put this funding at risk because it's beyond those circumstances that are beyond our control. Municipalities do not control interest rates. They do not control the cost of materials. We do not control consumer demand in the sense whether there's investors or tenants seeking those units in that location. And because of those concerns and some of the time lags and the discrepancies between our building permit data and what CMHC is reporting that the province is relying on, we've been trying to have that conversation with our provincial counterparts to see if there's an alternative mechanism that achieves everyone's goals, recognizing that many of those factors are purely or completely beyond the control of the municipality to require somebody to execute on those planning permissions that the city has granted or approved for that particular property. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. And if I could ask Acting GM Robichaud to share with us his insight into how many of those 50 municipalities are on track of meeting this threshold set out by the Government of Ontario.
Through the Mayor to the Councillor, based on the provincial tracker, there's 24% of the municipalities, or 12 out of the 50, are on track or exceeding their targets. The balance of the municipalities are do not appear to be in a position in order to meet those targets. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. So 24% perhaps online for meeting those targets. And as so well said by Acting GM Robichaud, there are a number of reasons. In Ward 1, we have parcels that have been received their full approvals years ago, and they're still sitting there vacant with no building activity. Developers sit on those lots for a variety of reasons, whether to wait for the value to further inflate, whether they're having challenges meeting their financial thresholds, whether their pro forma has changed, whether the market has changed, and yet the funding formula is tied to what municipalities are doing as opposed to reflecting a market, because that's what our system is based on, a private market system. And I just thought it was interesting. We will soon, in a month from now, be getting into the Santa tracker, and now we have a building tracker. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Correspondent 5.15 is resignation of Fred Bennick from the Hamilton Police Board. I just want to thank him, my colleague on the police board. He served as a city appointee of the police board for 5 years, and he was the vice chair. His dedication as a vice chair is very much appreciated. I would surely miss him, and I wish him all the best in his journey and new adventures. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. We have next Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Also passing along my appreciation to Fred Bennick for his service on the police board. And then circling back to item 5.2, which is a letter from Watson Associates that describes the definition of affordable housing that the province is going to be using for development charge exemptions under Bill 23. We had some discussion on this at the Development Charges Subcommittee, and going back to Councillor Maureen Wilson's discussion just now with the General Manager of Planning about the metrics for housing starts versus approvals, this definition of affordable housing also has a very direct impact on the finances for the City of Hamilton. So I'm just wondering if formally we will get a report back on this to Planning Committee or to the DC Subcommittee with an outline and a staff evaluation, and if we will be submitting comments to the province.
GM Robichaud?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, staff are currently reviewing the proposed legislation and will be reporting to Planning Committee prior to and seeking authorization to submit formal comments to the province on Bill 134 and concerns that the city staff have identified based on the review of the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Danko?
Thank you. That's good to hear. I'm looking forward to that. And just for council's information, one of the major ones that was discussed at the DC subcommittee is that there's no differentiation between unit types. So if a single family home doesn't meet the definition of affordable housing, pretty much every single condo unit would, which would make pretty much every single condo unit DC exempt, which obviously has a major impact on the city of Hamilton, coupled with the metric for housing starts, where we're not going to be made whole anytime soon. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Danko. Councillor Francis, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horwath. Just a couple quick comments on a couple items here. 5.5 correspondence from MP Chad Collins respecting GFL odors. I want to thank MP Collins for recognizing this issue in the House of Commons and for calling upon the provincial government to act on this matter. It's very important to our community. This letter sums up very well what the thousands of impacted residents are experiencing. I will also continue to do everything possible to advocate for the health and well-being and safety of my residents. So I want to thank Chad Collins for that. 5.11, Linda Allen respecting Route 58. I understand that this petition has now climbed to over 300 signatures. I continue to this date to receive daily messages on this topic. Residents are glad that I brought the motion forward to find real solutions for the elimination of the 58 bus. But as everyone knows, my motion failed 9-7, and at this point would require a reconsideration vote with 2/3 majority. I hope my colleagues will understand how badly the residents, particularly the hundreds of elderly and disabled residents that are impacted by these changes, not to mention the small business owners who have also signed this petition, citing the loss in revenue as a result of this bus change. I'm very appreciative of the changes coming to relocate the transfer and eliminate the need for the seniors and people with disabilities to have to cross King and Centennial, which has been identified as one of the most dangerous intersections in the city of Hamilton. But that's certainly what I've heard from folks. It does not go far enough, and I hope my colleagues will hear the hundreds of seniors, realize the inequity, and take action to support them as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list, so then we'll go to the vote on the receiving of the correspondence. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. Moving into Committee of the Whole now. Councillor Cassar, may I have a motion to move into Committee of the Whole?
Yes, Mayor, it's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that Council move into Committee of the Whole for consideration of the committee reports.
Thanks very much. We have the vote on the moving into Committee of the Whole, please. That carries 16 to 0. Thanks very much. We're on to the Public Works Committee Report 23-016, October 30th, 2023. In the committee reports, Councillor Nam, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee report?
Certainly, it's moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Pauls that the Public Works Committee Report 23-016, being the meeting that was held on Monday, October 30th, 2023, be received, and that the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. I believe that Councillor Beattie has an amendment to item 2, respecting opportunities to partner with educational institutions to plant trees. PW 230666 citywide. Councillor Beattie, can I please have the motion?
Absolutely, Mayor. This is with regards to item 2A2. And so the current reading would be changed to read as follows. Present these opportunities toward councillors and assist in drafting motions which detail the projects and funding from area rating, special capital reinvestment, discretionary funds, and/or non-property tax revenues within the ward. The reason for this, if I can just offer a brief explanation for those who are not at the Public Works Committee meeting, it was just basically a little housekeeping item to make sure that those wards that don't have the same kind of area-rated discretionary funds still have an opportunity to participate using some different funding methods, and that's the rationale. I'm also trolling for a seconder on this.
I was just going to ask that question. You read my mind.
I see that Councillor Tattison's put up his hand. So with that, Mayor, happy to answer any more questions.
Okay, great. So that's moved by Councillor Beattie and seconded by Councillor Tattison. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, then we'll go to the vote on Councillor Beattie's amendment to item 2. That carries 16 to 0. Thanks very much. Congratulations, Councillor Beattie. Now we're on to the Planning Committee report, 23-018. Oh, am I missing something? Did I skip ahead? Oh, the
Mayor
report as a whole.
Horvath, we have to vote on the
Report as a whole.
Public Works report as amended.
Oh, thank you so much. So can we then have, is there any further discussion on the report as a whole, the Public Works Committee report? Seeing none then. So as amended, the Public Works Committee report moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Pauls. That carries 16 to 0. Thank you very much. We're now on to the Planning Committee report, 23-018, October 31st, 2023. Councillor Cassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee report?
Yes, Mayor, you may. It's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that the Planning Committee Report 23-018, being the meeting held on Tuesday, October 31st, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any comments on the report? I think Councillor Cassar has an amendment to item 4, which is in my roadmap. So maybe Councillor Jackson will go to Councillor Cassar and then we'll head over to you. Councillor Cassar has the amendment to item 4 respecting the Airport Employment Growth District Transportation Master Plan Update PED 17175A, wards 11 and 12. Councillor Cassar, please introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me and seconded by Ward 11 Councillor Mark Tattison. There's some whereas statements I'd like to read as well to support it, if I may. Whereas the City of Hamilton has accumulated a core asset deficit, roads, water, wastewater, and stormwater of $2 billion, which is growing at a rate of $195 million per year, and which are an obstacle to the city meeting service level standards on our roads. Whereas the Airport Employment Growth Transportation Master Plan, AEGD TMP, proposes building $500 million in new roads that will be initially paid for by a mix of developers, development charges, and tax levy, but will be a long-term maintenance liability for the City of Hamilton funded by taxpayers. Whereas decisions made in this term of council will impact future generations. Whereas Hamilton City Council has a stated priority to reduce the burden on taxpayers, current and future. And whereas an increase in industrial tax assessment is an important step to reduce the burden on residential property taxpayers. And whereas the AEGD TMP has considered the forecasted traffic demand on roads as the AEGD is built out and has proposed a network accordingly, but has not completed a cost-benefit analysis of this work for the network. Therefore, be it resolved that item 4, Planning Committee report, as mentioned, be amended that consideration of report PED 17175A respecting Airport Employment Growth District Transportation Master Plan update be deferred pending the receipt of a staff report at a future Planning Committee meeting respecting a life cycle analysis of the Airport Employment Growth District Transportation Master Plan using estimates of future life cycle costs and property tax revenues from the AEGD district properties. And if I may speak to that briefly,
Please
Mayor?
go ahead. Yep, thank you.
First, I want to thank staff, specifically Margaret DeFazio and Omar Shams, for the hard work on the master plan. Of course, we need roads to support the AEGD. That's not what's in question here, and the motion should not be, or the amendment should not be interpreted as an opposition to that requirement. And increasing the industrial tax base is a step forward, as I mentioned, to reduce burden on residential taxpayers. However, we're being asked to approve the assumption of a $500 million maintenance liability, which, yes, it's far into the future, but it still exists. And I mentioned the $2 billion deficit that we have. It's my opinion that we should not approve further investments in roads without understanding that analysis to confirm they're financially viable. In the private sector, which my entire career was in, we wouldn't make a decision of this nature without a financial analysis, rigorous financial analysis. So I've made a commitment, and I believe everyone around the table has, is that we want to spend money wisely, and that requires financial analysis. We're all very concerned, rightly so, about the 2024 budget, which we're about to embark on, and the potential tax increase. But I would assert that we also need to be thinking long-term about impacts of decisions we make long after all of us have moved out of these roles. And if this sort of analysis that I'm requesting had been done in decades past, I would suggest that we would have made the councils of the time would have made different decisions as suburban sprawl was unsustainably expanded across the city. So I don't want to repeat that mistake. I want to make decisions based on solid financial analysis. So now that we know better, we need to do better is basically the essence of this. And there are some potential outcomes. It could be that the plan as proposed is financially viable. I don't know. That could be the outcome. It could be that we need to revise the network, narrower roads, less roads. I don't know. That's what staff will need to determine. Or it could be that we need to find ways to enhance tax revenue from the AEGD in order to support the network we had. Those are not all the possible outcomes. Those are the ones that come quickly to my mind. So, and finally, I would say we all know that Director Leishman is leading the asset management process. And if that process were mature, I think we would already have this analysis available to us, but we don't. So we're in this challenging position where the tools are imminent in the next year or two. However, we're being asked to make a significant decision that has a lasting impact. Therefore, that's why I'm bringing forward this amendment for staff's support to find a way to do this analysis or some other solution so that we can make a decision based on a financial analysis. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Cassar. Councillor Jackson, please. On a different item? Okay, Councillor Clark, please. Different item. Councillor Maureen, Councillor Nan, please. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Sorry, Mayor Horvath. I'm supportive of the amendment, but I do have some additional questions on item 4. So are we speaking to the amendments solely or?
The amendment is on the floor, and so we'll deal with the amendment and then go on to the balance of the report. Is that okay?
Thank you so much. Just if I could echo Councillor Cassar's points, I'm very, very supportive of this motion. We know that every public asset that we build is a liability because it becomes forever our responsibility to operate and maintain There are some assets, however, even though they are a liability, they do enrich the municipality's assessment base. And I think this is the direction in which we must go. I'm not sure that an asset management, the forthcoming information from Director Leishman will get us there. I do think actually we need a intentional direction in which, as part of our operating work, we always consider the long-term operating and maintenance cost of any infrastructure we put in to ensure that it meets our community objectives. So very strongly in support of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson, and we'll put you back on for the broader report. Please, Jessica. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Not much to say on this. Thanks for the motion. It's always helpful to have sober second thought on some of the things we're doing, particularly when we've identified the 14% industrial commercial to 86% residential property tax ratio. So the only question I would have perhaps to the bench is, aside from some predictable delay, and that was a bit of an issue when we talked about it, are there any negative impacts of embracing this motion?
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Not sure who might want to respond to the question. GM Robichaud, please, acting.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, other than development applications that are in the queue. It does not affect the discussions with the airport in terms of the lease. There is the issue of the staff capacity to absorb this work and take this on, but my colleagues in Public Works or in Finance Corporate Services may have additional comments.
Thanks. Jim Zagaric, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Mike Zagaric, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. It is the resourcing and the time challenges that we would have to address as it relates to prioritizing this work. And if necessary, we may have to outsource this work to an external agent to assist us in terms of doing the taxation benefit valuation.
Councillor McMeekin.
I think the consequences of potentially rushing this are arguably more dramatic than not doing it. So I appreciate the answers, I appreciate the motion, and I will be supportive.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm thinking that council is not quite grasping the gravity of this motion. The single biggest issue impacting Hamilton is the residential tax burden. It's not climate change, it's not homelessness, it's not the urban boundary, it's not the infrastructure deficit. It's our collapse and lack of a commercial and industrial tax base that is the foundation for funding all of those policy changes that we want to make as municipal council. We cannot rely on municipal taxpayers to fund all those initiatives. They are not possible without growing the commercial industrial tax base. I understand the issues with the Airport Employment and Growth District. This was a plan that was approved, I believe, in 2011. I think 3, possibly 4 councils prior. It's in the official plan. This was submitted to the province of Ontario as our growth, employment growth district. It's in our official plan. It was approved by the province. Last term, I served on the airport subcommittee, and the amount of industrial development at the airport, it's taken a full decade to get to the point where it's finally being realized as a significant employment area for the city, a significant tax generation area for the city. Anything that we do now that could freeze that momentum that is happening is detrimental to the city of Hamilton and detrimental to the taxpayers of the city of Hamilton. Listen, all of the evaluation for moving ahead with the AEGD was done back when it was approved 12 years ago. To second guess and to cause doubt over where we're going to proceed, I think is just completely contradictory to our goals as a city. I understand the initiative, like I would like to know what the life cycle cost benefit is, but we have developers right now that are planning, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of investment in the city of Hamilton, and they need to know that we are committed to building out the road network that they're going to need in order to service those facilities. So, the motion is specifically says that the transportation master plan is on hold until we do this study. We've heard from staff that they don't have the resources to do the study. There's no funding that's identified in the motion for how much it will cost to hire a consultant to do this study. There's no discussion about how long that will take. So, I mean, to tie something that is this big and this important to a study that we have no details on, that's being walked on at a council meeting, I don't think is appropriate, and I cannot support the direction that's before us. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Beatty, Councillor Danko. Councillor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I'm first and foremost, I want to acknowledge that the information that's being sought by the mover is valuable. I think it's on our minds, all of us around the table, the future cost of infrastructure that we're putting in the ground now, because we see the results of infrastructure that was put in the ground before, and now we're left having to deal with those renewal costs. But I am also concerned about a delay on this. And I think Councillor McMeekin started the conversation, but I don't know that I heard a very definitive answer in terms of the implications of timing in terms of proceeding with the TMP, proceeding with the AEGD as a whole, if there's a perception or some kind of estimate on how long this could take and what the implications of a delay could be, that would be something that I'd like to weigh against what's being proposed here. So if I could throw that to the bench on possible delays, please.
Thanks, Councillor Beatty. I think it's possible that Norm Schlehan, our Director of Economic Development, Manager of Economic Development, Director of Economic Development, could come forward and make some comments, please.
Through the chair to the councillor. Some of the implications that we could have is that we do have developers up at the airport that do have their plans in, and they also have lands in other municipalities as well. If this were to be delayed for any extensive length of time, they might just say, we'll put our Hamilton plans on hold and look to invest in the other municipalities that they do have these land holdings in. So that's one implication, I guess, of what could happen if this was delayed for an extensive length of time. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Councillor Beatty?
Through you, Mayor, sort of. I think it gives an indication of some of the consequences of a delay, but I'm still trying to understand through you, Mayor, and perhaps as to GM Zegeric, on a specific time frame of a delay if we don't have the capacity to do this in-house, if we're looking to do this externally. Is it 6 months? Is it 12 months? Is it 18 months? I'm just trying to get a ballpark sense of the time frame that this may cause in terms of a delay.
Thanks, Councillor Beatty, and I'll certainly go to GM Zegeric, but I think it's important to note that there's really a lack of detail in terms of scope and all of that detail that would be necessary, I would think, to put something out to a consultant. But please go ahead, GM Zegeric.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Corporate Services will work with our colleagues in Public Works and Planning with respect to some of the analysis around asset management and the funding of asset management. That isn't the greatest challenge. The greatest challenge is surrounding taxation and the fact that the municipality doesn't have the authority nor the role in terms of assessment. And so from time to time, we support our colleagues in economic development looking at one parcel, one development. And doing that work requires 3-4 days of effort in coordinating with MPAC and conversations, a series of conversations to land on some form of estimated assessed value in order for the municipality to determine the tax potential. And so given the size of these lands it would require likely it will require some external support to work with MPAC to determine what the value of those parcels are at completion. And then we would then take that information and determine the tax revenue. So it's that assessment role, the coordination with MPAC that would take the most effort.
Councillor Beattie?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question, but I have maybe a comment. I don't know if it's the appropriate time to
Sure, go ahead.
offer that. I think what I've heard from the GM is that we're not even sure how to do this. And when we figure out how to do this, it's going to involve multidisciplinary actions and coordinating with external agencies, particularly MPAC, which, if anybody's had to deal with MPAC, not always easy to do that. I'm just very concerned that we're trying to invent the wheel as we start rolling on it. So I'm going to be hesitant on the support. Again, I do understand the spirit of it, but I'm tepid on moving ahead with this.
Thanks very much. We have Councillor Cassar for a second time. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this issue? If I could, okay, Councillor Wilson, please. Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just a quick question regarding the urban boundary lands that are potentially within the urban boundary, potentially with not. I think that's an evolving situation. It's very much in flux right now with the provincial decision. And so I know they're not formally outside of the urban boundary just yet, but the decision's been reversed. There are road networks going through those lands. Would staff be able to just comment on how that road network may change and what is the timeline regarding the return of lands to the urban boundary, or what the next steps look like that following the provincial decision and how that relates to the TMP?
Through you,
Jean
Madam Mayor, to the
Robichaud.
councillor. As discussed at Planning Committee, a notation would be added to the TMP update indicating that for any lands that are removed from the urban boundary, then those roads would be deleted unless they are necessary to complete vehicular movements and are connecting a point A to a point B. But all of the sort of local roads servicing future local development would be deleted from the AEGD master plan if those lands are removed from the urban area. The timing is still to be determined. The minister has indicated that they have to introduce the legislation which would enable the minister to rescind the previous decision from a year ago. And that there will be, but we do have to provide comments to the province by, I believe it's December 7th. They gave us a 45-day clock identifying which, if any, of the ministerial modifications the city would like to retain, or alternatively any other changes that would be identified as a result of working with the official plan over the last year. And also the province is seeking clarification around what are the implications are there any projects under construction or underway that would be impacted by the minister reversing the decision? And that is being identified and will be presented in the staff report that would be forwarded to the province in response to that ministerial decision. I would like to just to point out, following some of the comments, in 2010, when the AEGD was being developed, a fiscal impact assessment was undertaken as part of the secondary planning process. That fiscal impact assessment looked at all of the AEGD and concluded at full build-out, based on current tax rates, the AEGD would be net positive $66 million annually from tax perspective. The question that becomes, what do you do with that $66 million? Is it just into general levies? Is it put away for a rainy day? Is it earmarked for capital funding? I don't know, expert in all the taxation, but how do you deal with that money? Some of it would obviously have to go towards paying for services, snow removal, basic maintenance on the road network, but not, I would assume, all 66 million. Then Does it use to retire debt, or is it to pay for services, or some go, for future infrastructure improvements? A road generally lasts for 25 to 50 years, a sewer the same time period. So it's anticipated, Brian Hollingworth has done some, I believe he's on WebEx, he's done some preliminary estimates, and it's a very small percentage of that 66 million would be required in terms of road resurfacing. And then the balance of it for the subsurface infrastructure, that's got a 50 to 100-year time frame, just speaking with the growth management staff earlier today about that matter. So that's the thing, though, that fiscal impact assessment would have to look at, and then it would relate into a policy discussion as to what do you do with net assessment growth, and how does it get allocated between levy, capital, or a combination of both. And so we would have to do update the 2010 analysis and then come forward with policy options to determine how to use that money. But currently, when council made the decision on the AEGD, it was predicated on that 2010 fiscal impact assessment that said the AEGD as an industrial area at full build out is a net contributor in terms, there's a net positive economic benefit to it. And that was partially the rationale why council was supporting employment growth in and around the airport to provide additional industrial taxes and jobs within the city of Hamilton. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. I just have one more question, but just for my own clarification, was the answer after the urban boundary part in response to the urban boundary piece, or was that a response to a previous comment or a question? I didn't understand that answer in the context of the question I had asked, so I'm just seeking if there was a link or if those were two answers to two separate.
Through Madam Mayor to the councillor. So to your initial ask, once the minister rolls back the urban boundary, any local roads that would essentially become rural roads, new rural roads, unless they are needed from a goods movement truck route perspective to connect 2 points, will be removed. The majority of the roads are contemplated, we're servicing just local development, and on that basis, they would not be needed. And most of that I'm referring to is that 20 Road West lands, adjacent to Garner Road or 20 Road. There are some of those local roads that may become a boundary consideration. We dealt with that industrial subdivision earlier this year, the Panatoni development, in which they were building 2 new roads. One of those east-west roads would be a boundary road, so it would still be needed from a goods movement as well as an infrastructure perspective, as well as a connectivity. But the lands to the north would be outside of the urban area, and there wouldn't be any need for any local roads servicing essentially farm fields. So we're not going to be planning for a road in a rural area that is zoned and designated for agricultural purposes, and that the staff would be updating the TMP accordingly once the minister's decision comes out, and adding a note and clarifying that any lands outside of the urban area not needed for those purposes, for goods movement or servicing perspective, would be removed from the TMP, since there's no need to construct those roads. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. I really appreciate that answer. Through you, Mayor, has the traffic modeling that was done, as I know some of the networks, I think it was 6N in particular, but we don't need to get into the weeds. I just know there was some that grading was close between the different grades of necessary or not necessary, or that maybe had natural heritage impacts that were more sensitive than others. Has the assessment of traffic modeling been redone on the network without the urban boundary lands, without those residential neighborhoods kind of directly feeding onto those roadways? And are we confident that the system is not potentially overbuilt? I'm trying to think of a different word for that, but given those lands are removed, or has the removal been taken into consideration of the modeling, is I guess my question.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson.
I would defer to the staff sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, to the council. I would defer to the staff who are actually more closely involved in it. I believe they're on WebEx and they can answer those questions. Mr. Hollingworth, thank you.
Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. We undertook a whole wide range of different scenarios on land use assumptions. Much of that is in the background reports, but probably 10, 12 different scenarios. That was part of the analysis. You will note that the roads through those potential urban boundary expansion lands, most of them are rated as medium priority, and some of our analysis factored into that. So the roads we've rated as high priority are ones that are through immediate development lands in the capital plan, but those ones where we're less sure about in terms of provincial directions are lower priority. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, if you have more questions, can you wait till the end, please? Thank you. Okay, so we now have a couple of second-time speakers, but I'd like to actually put the chair over to Councillor Beattie is it Councillor Beattie? Or is it Councillor Kassar? This is kind of awkward. So please, if you don't mind. I've been thinking about this quite a bit. I've asked for some follow-up from staff. I've talked to a couple of different people, and I'm not going to be able to support the motion, the amendment. I just believe that we have made some priorities around staying focused, around how we resource the priorities. And although I understand where the mover's coming from, I just want to pull us back to, we've got a couple of years to get some really important things done around here. And a big part of that is how we resource the work of staff. And from what I've heard, the resourcing is an issue. And not only do I have real concerns about a chill on the industrial commercial kind of expansion that's happening in our employment lands around the airport, and I have had the opportunity to be with many new companies that are raving about the access, transportation network access that we have. Some that are being spurred from the McMaster Innovation Park and various entrepreneurial initiatives. I just believe that at this point in time, we need to stay focused on making sure that we are supporting an expansion in our opportunities for industrial commercial revenue, but also sending a clear signal that our transportation networks that we use and that our economic development folks use regularly to attract investment here is not being jeopardized, and I fear that that's the case. So for those two reasons, the resourcing reason, keeping us focused on the priorities, as well as making sure that we're not sending the wrong signal to all of those investors that are coming here to bring jobs and economic activity that will help with our tax ratios. I will not be able to support the motion. So thanks very much, Councillor Kassar. I'll take the chair back then. And now it's over to you, Councillor Kassar, for the second time.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Horvath. As I said, introducing the motion, the intention is not to obstruct or delay the AEGD in any significant way in the Transportation Master Plan. In fact, the intention is to ensure taxpayers, future taxpayers, that we are spending money wisely and we're not incurring them with future debt, which is the situation we are in here in 2023. So definitely want all the things the mayor was just referring to encourage investment and to grow the industrial tax base. So absolutely agree with that. But the fact is, the report presented to Planning Committee did not have a financial analysis to support it. Acting GM Robichaud has mentioned a report from 2010. So maybe one of the steps would be to present that to Planning Committee for deliberation on is that sufficient. The intention here is to do what's right for the city, and I'll reiterate my point is to make a significant decision like this without a financial analysis, I think is really short-sighted. And that's why I've brought this motion forward for council to consider. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar. Councillor Clark for the first time, and then Councillor Danko for the second time.
Thank you, Mayor. May I ask, I heard about the potential for $500 million worth of road work. Can I get an understanding from finance staff? Who's going to pay for that road work?
James Garrick.
Through the chair, it would be a split between developers and existing residents. Developers through the form of development charges for a portion of those roads that benefit existing population. It would be borne by existing taxpayers, and with respect to the water and wastewater, a similar split between the development community and existing taxpayers and ratepayers. And I'll also add, with respect to some of the legislative changes around development charges, that some of those changes transfer some of that burden on to existing taxpayers and ratepayers as well.
And based on that answer, do we have a rough estimate what the development charges would cover?
James Garrick.
Yeah. Through the chair, I do not on hand. I'm not sure if our colleagues in planning economic development do. If not, we can prepare that information and provide that to committee members.
Councillor Clark?
And when we're talking about the community benefit rather than the developer's benefit, do we take into account the size of the community that exists in that area?
Through the chair, yes, but as well, the general nature of the network and those who are going to use those assets as it relates to residents across the city who may be using those assets to get to employment facilities or lands. So not just the surrounding network, but as well whether or not those assets will benefit the broader community. And consequently, we have to discount the development charges for that benefit to existing taxpayers and residents.
Councillor Clark?
The last question, Mayor. If we were to put a pause on this work and require the financial assessment as is being suggested by Councillor Cassar's motion, do we have an understanding of what the impact would be on the developments that are under consideration now or shortly, and the developments that have already been approved and are now waiting for that road infrastructure?
Director Schleichen, perhaps?
Through the mayor to the councillor. I don't have that information off the top of my head, councillor. However, I can, off the top of my head, I can state that, there's approximately 300 acres, or actually almost 400 acres that are in the development planning process that would be affected by this delay. So that's, as for ones that are already being built in the Aero Park area by Dickinson and Upper James, they would not be affected by this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Janko. Or sorry, Councillor Clark. Councillor Janko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, just this discussion seems to be leaning towards there may be a future decision point where we would decide to build out the road network or not build out the road network. I would respectfully say that decision was made 12 years ago when the council of the day decided that they were moving forward with the AGD as a priority for the city. I think there perhaps is maybe a little bit of misunderstanding in the public about the current status of the AGD lands. So through you, can I ask to staff just to confirm that the AGD lands are not part of the provincially imposed urban boundary expansion, that they are already within the former, now current urban boundary, and that the provincial meddling with the current urban boundary discussion had absolutely nothing to do whatsoever with the AGD lands?
GM Robichaud, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. The councillor is correct. The AEGD was approved by council as a secondary plan. It was appealed to the OMB, and the OMB ultimately approved the AEGD secondary plan and associated zoning. All of the lands in the AEGD are zoned for industrial type uses. They do have a holding provision on them as it relates to conformity with the Transportation Master Plan and the Water and Wastewater Master Plans, but that is to ensure that there is orderly development being proposed. Through this exercise, in fact, as a result of the review that's been done by staff, they are looking to rationalize the road network, and they've identified, in response to the changing footprint of industrial development, we are seeing larger buildings. So we made changes to some of the local road network to eliminate roads that are no longer required. In addition, in the northeast quadrant of the AEGD, closest to Upper James, there's been some rationalization of the road network to minimize the impact on environmental features, which has been a council priority as well as a priority of staff. So it removes reduces the number of roads or crossings of environmental features as well. And as the staff recommendation indicates, is upon council adoption of the AEGD TMP update, we will be coming forward with a official plan amendment or series of amendments to remove those unrequired roads and to reflect the natural heritage system as identified in the subwatershed study that underlines and supports the AEGD background studies. Thank you.
Thanks, Acting GM Robichaud. Councillor Danko?
Thank you. Also, in the past decade that we've decided to move forward with this as an employment priority for the city, we've already made significant investments in servicing these lands. It's really unfair to ask this question at a council meeting, but could staff provide a very rough outline of the investments that we've already made to make these lands shovel-ready for development?
Looking over to the bench, and it doesn't look like anybody has that specific information at this point in time.
I can't, through Madam Mayor, I can
okay.
indicate that there was the north-south trunk sewer, that was in the Upper Centennial trunk sewer, and part of its catchment area includes the AEGD secondary plan area, so that was a factor in that consideration. And Public Works staff are moving forward on the Dickinson trunk, which will then alleviate some of the servicing pressures around the AEGD. And they've also made investments within some of the pumping stations. And council has also put in place a framework, a servicing allocation policy framework that prioritizes non-residential development as first in line for any servicing capacity. So there has been, I don't know the dollar number, but there's substantial investments in terms of that trunk infrastructure to service the AEGD, as well as some of the local servicing upgrades that have been going on in terms of cost sharing with developers as they brought on the Braley Industrial Park and some of the other industrial development that's been there in accordance with the council-approved financial policies and the DC bylaw. There has been a city share in terms of some of those capital works to allow for industrial development to grow and occur within the AEGD. Thank you very much.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you. And then as the point I made it earlier, that the AEGD lands are included in our official plan that we submitted to the province as shovel-ready employment lands. Could staff provide a comment on that? That was approved by the province?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor, that is correct. As part of the background work that was done on our land needs assessment, we did a detailed inventory of employment lands. And it concluded that on the basis of the AEGD, as well as some other limited opportunities throughout the city, we did not need to add any employment lands, but conversely, we couldn't remove any substantial quantity of employment lands. We were more or less within the margin of error in terms of our employment land needs to accommodate projected employment growth to 2051. And the province approved that as it related to the AEGD as is. Thank you.
Thank you. So the point I'm trying to make clear for council is that the use of these lands for commercial and industrial development is locked in. It has been for a long time. We've already made significant investments in order to service those lands. So the question is not whether we are going to build out the road network. We've committed in principle to doing that. The risk now is that we are putting at question up to 400 acres of shovel-ready employment lands with building in uncertainty. And I understand the concern about the AEGD as a type of sprawl development. It wouldn't have been my first choice for an employment strategy at the time. But the fact is, we are committed. What are we going to do? Not build the road network? So we've already heard that there was a financial evaluation that was done in 2010. That was the basis of the decision to move forward in the first place. Is it worth doing an update to that? It could be. But I would argue that that is largely, at this point, an academic exercise because we are committed to move forward with the investment and the growth of employment and development on these lands. And anything that puts that into question or jeopardy or opens up the question just a teeny bit that we might not move forward, I would reiterate it is detrimental to the taxpayers of Hamilton. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Danko. I don't see any further speakers, so then Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. Just wanted to say briefly, I'm going to support Councillor Cassar's motion. I think some of the points that Councillor Danko made, I agree with. And I think this council has also made some decisions to go another way from previous council decisions. I'm not saying we should be saying no to the entire EEGD, but I think not having a lot of the questions answered today leaves me wondering if I have enough information to make a decision of this magnitude. If we're going to spend 12 years making a decision and it's going to have a massive impact, I'd like to be able to know some of these financial impacts in today's dollars, to understand the impacts, and we have different priorities. For instance, I can think of number 33 on the list of things for the asset management folks to look at is how we look at our natural assets, which we defined as a priority at this term of council also. So we have some competing priorities here and competing discussions here, and this is happening in 2023, not 12 years ago. So I think that this mostly new council should have as much information as possible in order to make this decision confidently, so that we're sure that we're making the right decision. Yes, we might send a signal that we're being thoughtful and conscientious. Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I will continue to support this motion because this is what I understand it to be. And if I am wrong on those assumptions, I will ask the mover to correct me through you, please. First of all, let me start my statement by saying when we had a very lengthy discussion of this item at Planning Committee, I think I suggested at the time that if one of our priorities must be that we enrich our commercial and industrial assessment, and if this is one of the areas in which we have the greatest chance to do that, for a project of this size and of this consequence, then I think it behooves this council to have an information session on this legacy project, because I think there is some misunderstandings. There are some clear understandings around this table, but I think that would be in keeping with good governance. My understanding of this motion it is not seeking to frustrate the Transportation Master Plan. My understanding of this motion is that, and there was clear acknowledgement I heard at Planning Committee, that a lot of the commercial assumptions, a lot of the commercial and industrial practices are changing. An example was given that warehouses now have shifted from 150,000 square meters to 1 million. And therefore, the impact that they're going to have on the land, we need to know that. Those very same assumptions need to go in, I think, as we move forward on helping us, not singularly, but adding to our understanding of whether a road needs to be 6 lanes versus the rationalization down to, say, 3 lanes. That's my understanding, what Councillor Cassar is looking for, that having that financial implications on the legacy costs of these decisions is one indicator that will inform this council as it seeks to assess this on the way out. It's not seeking to frustrate it. I think the mover clearly understands that this land is zoned and that the plan is in place. I think that's what all committee members understood, but I do appreciate Councillor Danko's comments. But this should be a standard practice for this municipality now and moving forward. This information is not seeking to frustrate that plan. We understand the ink is dry. It is seeking to inform us when it comes to making decisions moving forward on the size and scope of that road network. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't see any further speakers on the list. I'd asked to have Councillor Cassar take the Chair for just one last comment from myself. I don't think this is about what the intention is or what the intention is. It's what are the unintended consequences of this action, and I think there are several. Some have been described by Councillor Danko. Others are around the resourcing of this information and the cost and time that our staff are going to have to take to refocus all of their other, or not all of their other, but some of their other work to obtain the information being asked by the council. I don't think we're in a position to have this kind of analysis informing all of our work as yet. We may get there at some point. That would require direction to staff on a bigger picture, in terms of a bigger picture requirement that all of our future work is being seen under that lens, and that's not what we have before us today. So I'm going to continue to not be able to support this motion and ask that if it does not go forward, then if we want to have this conversation in a more fulsome way about how we go forward as a council on these kinds of initiatives or projects, then that's the conversation we need to be having. So thanks very much, Councillor Cassar. I'll take back the chair then, thank you. So we have the amendment to the committee, moved by committee report, moved by Councillor Cassar and seconded by Councillor Taddison. Can we have the vote up, please? So this is on Councillor Cassar's amendment. The amendment is defeated 7-9. Thanks very much, all, for the fulsome discussion. We'll now go on to the other items within the report. There was an extensive list. Thank you very much, Jessica, for pulling that back up for us. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Just wanted to, first of all, on the minutes, I know that I wasn't touchy-feely present at Planning Committee in person, but I was virtually. So if the minutes could note, please, that also Councillor Jackson was present, I'd be very grateful. Secondly, I want to thank, on a serious note, I want to thank the Planning Committee, chaired by Acting Chair Cassar, for their unanimous support on item 2, strategic zoning bylaw updates for lands fronting on Rymal Road between Nebo and Trinity Church. I can tell you, if this is ratified tonight, there are some exciting commercial light manufacturing opportunities that are coming within parcels of land along 1280 Rymal at Nebo, along 1318 Rymal at Dartnall, along Glover and Trinity Church Road that will be clean, wonderful commercial and manufacturing type operations that I'm aware of. And this housekeeping that was unanimously approved, and I want to thank Manager Shannon Mackay primarily in the planning department for the last couple of years working with my office and the various landowners so that all the various little segments within the particular exact parcel of land all had little different nuances in terms of their zoning, and in order for the landowner to move forward with further investment, had to come again before the Planning Committee to take that little parcel and make it consistent with the rest of the land. This housekeeping will eliminate all that and help to move forward. And speaking of jobs and investment, I'm looking forward to apprising council down the road of this decision tonight. So I'm fully supportive. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, but it's only day. Don't jinx this meeting that will be into the night. Thanks very much, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Sorry about that. Some of my comments and questions, Mayor Horvath, came out during the discussion regarding Councillor Cassar's motion, but I would like to take this opportunity again to underscore, I think, the value that would be had for this still new council to have an opportunity to have a deep dive collectively into this proposal, the AEGD, and what's involved, because there are additional steps that are forthcoming. And on those additional steps, if I could just, because we are in receipt of numerous emails, which in my opinion also reveals a significant public interest and appetite for new information, updated information, and just a review of the proposal. If I could ask to bring public clarity to a couple of items on this for the public record.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Acting General Manager Robichaud, There's some public concern, Mr. Robichaud, that this TMP, as it's presented, is the cart before the horse, in that we know, and I think there was an acknowledgement at committee, that our information with respect to the environmental landscape of this area is now dated. And the question that has been asked publicly is, why are we proceeding with a TMP when we know that that information is dated, and therefore we may not be able to fully appreciate that which is being proposed in the TMP? So I'm wondering if publicly you could kindly speak to that and bring clarity. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Acting General Manager Robichaud.
Through Madam Mayor to the councillor. At the time of the preparation of the original AEGD, a sub-watershed study was done, which also informed the stormwater management strategy for the AEGD. There was a subsequent update to that study, and it is more current, but the updated stormwater management study is not reflected in the official plan natural heritage schedules. So the intent is, when we bring forward the official plan amendment to revise the road network to align with the AEGD TMP update, we will also update all of the natural heritage mapping and zoning within the AEGD, and that information is more current. I think it's approximately 5 years old, that information, in terms of the stormwater management components, as well as some of the additional information that was done as background work for the TMP update. So that is one of the first considerations, is to align the official plan mapping and associated zoning with the most current natural heritage mapping and information that we have, because right now we do have a disconnect where environmental features are not shown in the OP, yet we know that based on that updated report and what's physically on the ground, there are natural heritage features, or the boundaries of those features have changed. So that is part of the next steps in terms of how we implement the TMP update. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I have one outstanding question with the matter of our consultation with Indigenous communities. I think it was noted in the report that Indigenous communities have a right to appeal on the basis of treaty impact. So further to that, just for public consumption, could staff confirm that that Indigenous feedback that we have received to date is publicly available? Through the chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, Mayor, to the councillor, any information we make available is public. So if people wish to see a copy of the correspondence or any of the feedback we receive, it all forms part of the public record. We try to be as open, as transparent as possible. Staff Margaret may have some additional comments. I know she's just joined us as well. Margaret.
Through the mayor, thank you for your question, Councillor Wilson. Yes, so the appendix to the staff report, which is the actual study report, has its own appendices, and within those appendices we have a public engagement public engagement portion, within which is all the correspondence that we've had and meeting minutes from engagement with Indigenous communities. We have followed the standard process, but a corporate procedure for the identified communities, Indigenous communities that we should be contacting. We've contacted them respectfully at each key part of the process. So they would have been notified individually at the PIC. So at the time that we had our proposed new network, we would have been informing them of the opportunity to comment or to be engaged, and Six Nations has done so. Further to that, when we went again respond to the public with the cross-section redesign. We also engaged with Indigenous communities, and then Six Nations we met with twice and provided some written information. So just to focus your search, Six Nations was the only community that showed a little bit more interest, say, than the others that expressed feedback. We normally would provide the information and then also follow up through email or through phone calls to see if there's any interest, as the nations don't consider just sending a notice as substantial engagement. So whatever the correspondence is that you see in the public compendium is the result of our follow-up sometimes or sometimes not. So, but what we do our best to do the due diligence of engaging and reminding and asking if they really want to be part of the conversation. I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Councillor Wilson?
Yes, thank you very much. One final question on that point, then, if I could ask Planner Fazio. I thought we were told, Planning Committee, that Six Nations has expressed a concern with the potential or what they perceive to be the real impact of the proposed road network on natural heritage. And I'm wondering if you could confirm that, and or if that is confirmed, further unpack that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, as the chair, to Councillor Wilson. Yeah, so Six Nations had very broad questions, actually. They were asking us about general impact of development on natural heritage. It was more of a concern than the road network itself, I would say. The questions were about, when you come close to a natural heritage area, how is it that the new developments come in? How can we prevent new developments from cutting into existing natural heritage features? So we've engaged with our colleagues, especially Melissa Kitty, our natural heritage planner, who provided information from UHOP and from AGD secondary plan, where we've expressed the policies that exist about the respective buffers around natural heritage features. We've provided that information. There was a little bit a bit of a comment from Six Nations about the citywide treatment of buffers and how they would like to see wider buffers, but it's sort of outside of the scope of the AGD TMP itself. And it's something that we could potentially discuss with them at another time, but it's not specific to the AGD TMP. When we were talking about the cross sections, there were questions about biodiversity, and this is something that urban forestry staff would have been providing feedback on, and we passed that on. The biodiversity work is through our planning department, is being carried on as well. So and that comes at later stages of actual implementation. So a detailed design way past the master plan level. When you look at individual roadworks and what other species exist in the area and which species can survive along roadways and potentially some salty environments due to road salt applications, that's when biodiversity is really addressed. So from the road perspective, that was a more of a concern which we addressed, and which I think we have an answer for, and we would continue with our best efforts through public works as well as planning efforts and through development applications if it's the developers that are the ones to construct the road network and plant the trees that we're talking about. So yeah, I don't know if Omar, my co-lead on the project, would like to add anything to those comments. Omar, if you would like to, please go ahead.
Can I just stop for a minute and find out from Councillor Wilson if she's satisfied or requires further description of the situation?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I'm satisfied. I appreciate the feedback and guidance from Senior Project Manager Fazio. I have submitted my more detailed questions and have received some answers to those as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much. No offense, Omar. Okay, so anything further then, Councillor Wilson?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much then. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is in reference to item number 6, which is the, let me just, if I'm allowed to go to another item?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes? Okay, so it's item 6, a bylaw to regulate the distribution and display of graphic images. I did an awful lot of research on this one to try to understand what a municipality can and cannot do. So under the Charter, the fundamental freedoms, everyone has the following fundamental freedoms: freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media of communication. I looked into the common law in Canada and court precedents, and the courts have applied the principle of content neutrality in defining the scope of Section 2B, such that the content of expression, no matter how offensive, unpopular, or disturbing, cannot deprive it of Section 2B protection. And this is from the federal government's Justice Department website, www.justice.gca.ca, and then it deals directly with the Constitution. Being content neutral, the Charter also protects the expression of both truths and falsehoods, which I found interesting. Freedom of expression generally imposes on government a negative obligation not to interfere with the expression. That is to say, it is freedom from government legislation or action suppressing an expressive activity in which people would otherwise be free to engage. The Canadian courts have interpreted Section 2B very broadly, often finding a prima facie breach easily. The Constitution Act 52.1, the Constitution of Canada is the supreme law of Canada, and any law that is inconsistent with the provision of the Constitution is to the extent of the inconsistency of no force or effect. I can tell you, Mayor, that I have experienced similar matters with this, well, I shouldn't say this council, with previous councils. And the courts have ruled that we have limited authority to take away someone's freedom of expression or freedom of religion. And so based on that research that I found on the weekend, I can't support the motion that's before us. I understand that it's asking staff to report back, but common law and court decisions are all publicly available. We can search them on our webpage anytime and see the actual court decisions that are addressing these things. I understand that there is several municipalities that have gone this way to prohibit or restrict freedom of expression. I would suggest to my colleagues that those bylaws stand because no one in those communities have yet to challenge them in court. So I'm not keen on spending essential resources and legal time trying to defend a bylaw that is not consistent with the Charter. So while I understand the intentions, I understand that the images are graphic and offensive. The courts have taken the position that that does not mean that we can restrict them or prohibit them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the same item, if I may, first of all, I just want to really say thank you to Councillor Wilson for tabling this really important motion. My office has been receiving correspondences every 3 months for the past 5 years on this issue, and residents have been voicing the extreme harm and trauma that they have been subjected to as a result of these graphic images being used by some aggressive campaigns. We just received correspondence 5.17 today, which indicates that London, Woodstock, Calgary, Ingersoll, Strathmore, Okotoks, and St. Catharines have all enacted bylaws, all within the last year and a half. Further, Norwich, Oakville, Toronto are in the process of developing theirs. As well, it's on the agenda for Burlington, Mississauga, and Vancouver. The correspondence goes on to include that restricting public display of these harmful images on public lands is also an important step to take in these bylaw developments. And in the case of Calgary, they've been very effective in authoring a bylaw that prevents the display of these graphic images near and around schools by creating a radial distance. So my question through you, Mayor, to staff is, would the work that's in the motion direct staff to include a scan of the bylaws being developed by these municipalities?
City Solicitor Shields, please.
Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. I think it would. We would look certainly at those jurisdictions that have had those provisions enacted for a while and come back with a report on effectiveness.
Okay, so you would not need additional direction to say that an amendment to the motion that provides an analysis of those bylaws from other cities?
No, through the chair, no.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarity. And then in terms of correspondence 5.7, through you, Mayor, to staff, would the current situation with that correspondence is it's kind of held in abeyance and to be considered in the deliberation of item 6? Would it be appropriate to refer this item back to staff for your consideration as you develop the feasibility report, as there's very specific sites, citation and examples and active links to the existing bylaws in other municipalities?
Yes, through the chair, I think that would be appropriate, yes.
Okay, so through you, Mayor, at the appropriate time, I'd like to amend item 6 to include direction to staff to refer correspondence 5.7 to staff as information. 5.17, thank you, Councillor Huang. 5.17 to staff as information to consider in the delivery of the feasibility report and recommendations that are outlined in the remainder of the motion. That would be moved by myself and hopefully seconded by the original mover of the motion, Councillor Wilson. Thank you.
Got the thumbs up from Councillor Wilson. Thank you. Is that everything, Councillor Nan?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to go to the clerks. This is a motion to refer, to make an amendment to refer correspondence that has already been received. And so just wanting to make sure that we have the proper way of doing that. Does it need an amendment?
Mayor Horvath, we did receive and refer it to planning, to this item. So while we're on this item, we can consider it.
Okay, so then that's the, folks understand what Councillor Nan is doing, is referring the correspondence 5.17 to Solicitor Shields' legal staff to help with the analysis of this motion number 6 on the report. Okay, can we have that vote up, please? And that's moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. Is there any further discussion on that? Seeing none, can we then have the vote? That carries 15-1. Thank you. And then we're on to the speakers list. Councillor Maureen Wilson. Is it on this item? Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Horvath. I appreciate the due diligence and work that Councillor Clark has done in informing his position on this, and it is his right to take that position. Just a reminder to my colleagues, this is for staff to review that which is proposed and to come back with a report. The history of Canada since the Charter has been a history of changing values and national conversations on competing rights. Like any constitution and like any expression of values, our values do change. And constitutions and charters like ours that are worthy change with those values. The residents of Ward 1, particularly people who have have experienced a loss during pregnancy, have told me in no uncertain terms that these graphic images expose them to harm. Harm defined as hurt, as pain, as suffering, as injury, and as trauma. And I believe it's my responsibility to do that which I can to try and lessen that harm. And frankly, I can't think of something more important in which to expend legal resources than a fulfillment of that obligation and to seek further feedback on the parameters of our opportunity to limit harm, to limit trauma, to limit pain, to limit suffering to the best of our ability within the legal parameters that are ours to exercise. So I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I see no further speakers on the list. So we will go to the, we'll just go straight to the committee report because there is no further amendments. Oh, well, there was an amendment from Councillor Nam, which we voted on.
Mayor Horvath, in order to, for Councillor Clark to vote to note his opposition to item 6,
we'll pull it.
We'd have to vote on item 6 as amended.
Separately, okay. All right, so can we have then item 6 as amended in front of us, please? Thank you, Clerk Phelan. Yeah, next. 6 as amended. Yeah. That carries 15 to 1. Thanks very much. Councillor Pauls, are you on the speakers list?
I was, but I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to say that I
No,
was.
we've already finished the item.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So that's
Thank you.
fine.
Thank you. Can we go back to the report then as a whole? Any further conversation? Seeing none, we'll then vote on the report in front of us. That carries 16 to 0. Thanks very much. We're on to General Issues Committee Report 23-028, November 1st, 2023. Councillor Cassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Report?
Of course, Mayor Horvath, moved by me, seconded by Councillor Taddison, that General Issues Committee Report 23-028, being the meeting held on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023, be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. The report is in front of us. Any, Councillor Wang, please.
I wanted to speak, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to speak to item 1, the economic development workforce strategy. This was a lot of work from a lot of team members in economic development, and it's this is one that I think that as we were having this fulsome discussion at GIC does permeate through multiple divisions, multiple departments. And just even yesterday, I was speaking at a McMaster event, essentially trying to convince McMaster students about why they ought to think about a life in public sector. And so many of the actual conversations that came afterwards were international students were worried about their housing. They do want to stay here. They want to ensure that they are, that they have adequate means for a good quality of life. So it is prudent upon this council that we really take a very fulsome look at this workforce development strategy. And I think it ties in with what we're doing with now everything to do with housing, to do with transportation, to do with, so I just want to thank all of the economic development team for their hard work on this, as well as Deloitte for their expertise. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is on item 3, which is the environmental remediation and site enhancement redevelopment grant application for 13 to 25 King Street West in Stony Creek. I'd like to ask our staff, I understand that the land is contaminated. I understand that the contamination came from cleaning clothing supplies, dry cleaning chemicals, things along that line. I understand that it is in the ground. The question is, how far is the contamination around that subject property? And how do we contain any contamination from leaching north as the water flows south to, the groundwater flows south to north in that area?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I'm not sure who on the bench is able to speak to that, if anyone. GM Robichaud?
Through Madam Mayor, sorry, I was just seeing if Norm Sheehan was available to speak to this matter in terms of looking at this, the record of site condition and the specifics of the details relating to it. I don't have that information handy right at my fingertips right now in terms of the process for doing the the record of site condition, and in terms of how it mitigates for any off-site migration that may or may not be occurring. Sorry, Councillor.
I know that obviously Director Schlehan was here for a while, but he's not here now, so I'm not sure how you would like to proceed, Councillor Clark.
I think if we could get an email back to advise us of that.
By migration of contaminants off the site?
Yes, that's the concern. I'm in support of the application. I want to make sure that the application actually helps to abate that, to limit that exposure. Thank you.
Excellent. Do we want to have then some direction to staff to follow up with the communications to council regarding the migration of contaminants off of that site? Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Francis, just so that it's recorded. Anybody on this one? No, we'll take a quick vote then, please. We good with that, clerks, in terms of? Thanks so much. That carries 16-0. Anything further, Councillor Clark? Okay, thank you. I don't see anything further on anyone further on the speakers list, so then we'll move on to the balance of the General Issues Committee report. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much, everyone. We're now on to item 6.4, Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 23-017, November 2nd, 2023. Councillor Cretch, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report?
Yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Huang, who's the Vice Chair of the committee, that the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 23-017, being the meeting held on Thursday, November the 2nd, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much, Councillor Cretch. I know we have an amendment to item 2B. Councillor Maureen Wilson, can you put your motion respecting Governance Review Subcommittee Report 23004, October 27, 2023, City of Hamilton Flag and Sign Policy CM 23014, citywide? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Yes, as you have just stated, this is an amendment to item 2B of AFNA Committee Report 23-017, respecting the Governance Review Subcommittee Report 23-004, October 27th of 2023, City of Hamilton Flag and Sign Policy. That item 2B of Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 23-017, respecting the Governance Review Subcommittee Report 23-004, be referred to Legal Services for the review and report back to the Governance Review Subcommittee. If I may, Mayor Horvath, I did.
Do you have a seconder?
No.
Seconded by Councillor Clark.
Oh, thank you so much.
Speak to your motion.
Thank you. If I could, Councillor Clark somewhat prompted this request at the Governance Review Subcommittee. He asked a very, I thought, germane question in that does that which is proposed, will it uphold the city's interests if challenged, something to that effect. And I think a legal review of that which is proposed by Legal Services would probably give, I think, myself and I hope my colleagues a better appreciation of that which has to be considered, and perhaps some comfort in knowing that the Global Affairs List and the EDI policy is adequate enough for us to ensure that the public interest is going to be served in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark?
Thank you. And just to speak to the amendment, at the committee, I raised the question. So there was a number of signs that were automatically approved, and there was a policy in place that if someone wanted us to install a sign for a specific period of time, here's the policy. So I asked the question somewhat facetiously. What happens if someone comes forward and says, here's my application to fly the Confederate flag? What do we do? I didn't really have an answer on that. And again, it goes to my similar question earlier. It's about restricting freedom of expression. And we have limited roles that we can and cannot do when it comes to those expressions. So I wanted to make sure that our flag policy, if it is going to be permissive of other flags, how do we prevent flying flags that would be problematic? And so that goes to what Councillor Wilson's amendment is about. So legal will report back, but I did have that concern, and I don't think we ever want to be in this position where we're forced to fly a flag that is espousing values that are different than ours. But we may not have a choice if we create the policy in the manner that it is written, and I just wanted to protect ourselves from any legal liabilities. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. So on the amendment then from Councillor Wilson and seconded by Councillor Clark, I don't see any further speakers, so we'll take a vote on the amendment, please. That carries 16 to 0. As there are no dissenters, we'll go to the balance of the report. Is there any further conversation on the balance of the report? Seeing none then, can we have the vote on the balance of the General Issues Committee report, please? Sorry, the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report. That carries 16 to 0. Thanks very much. Let's see. We are going to the waiving of the notice provision. So I'm going to call on Councillor Cassar to have a motion to waive the notice provision to consider the General Issues Committee Budget Report 23-029.
It's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that section 5.82 of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, which provides that a minimum of 2 days shall pass before the report of a standing committee, a selection committee, or other committee that reports directly to council is presented to council to provide adequate opportunity for review, be waived in order to consider the General Issues Committee Budget Report 23-029.
Thanks, Councillor Cassar. Who was your seconder? Tattison? Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Tattison. Okay, the motion's in front of us. Please cast your votes. Thanks very much. That carries 15 to 0. Councillor Danko, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee report that's in front of us now?
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Acting Vice Chair Councillor Maureen Wilson, that the General Issues Committee Budget Report 23-029, being the meeting held on Monday, November 6, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Is there any discussion on this report? Anything people want to raise? Seeing none then, please indicate your vote on the report. That carries 16 to 0. Thanks very much. We're now going to rise from Committee of the Whole. Councillor Cassar, may I have a motion, please, to rise from Committee of the Whole?
Yes, you may. It's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
Can we have the vote on rising and reporting? That carries 16 to 0. Thanks very much. We're on to motions. Item 7 on the agenda, 7.1, Ward 2 Community Grants Q4 2023, Ward 2. Councillor Kretsch, would you please present your motion?
Thank you. Yes, this is the balance of the Ward 2 community grants. This is for Q4 for 2023. I'm not going to read it over. It's all there for you. It's the same as the previous motions I passed on the subject, and hopefully without a lengthy debate. But I just want to thank staff for their diligence here. This has been tricky to do because it's something that we haven't done before. And the policy existed, but we hadn't put it into place. And they were able to help me figure out how to get declarations from people about funds they'd already received, how to assess whether these grants would work, and especially to Director Morgenstall and her team from the who do government relations, but also do the City Enrichment Fund for all their work on this too, because they put together a matrix for how to evaluate these things, help with support from the experiences that they'd had with the City Enrichment Fund. So as we're wrapping this up for this year, I just want to thank those folks.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch.
And my seconder is Councillor Nan.
Very good. I don't see any further speakers on this item, so can we please have a vote on the motion? That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to the waiving of the public notice provision for a couple of other items, as items 7.2 and 7.3 are proposed amendments to the procedure bylaw. The waiving of the public notice provision is required. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have the motion to waive the notice provision?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Clark. Whereas bylaw 07351, a bylaw to adopt and maintain a policy with respect to the provision of public notice, requires that public notice is required to advise of a committee meeting to consider the enactment of a procedural bylaw in the form of one public notice published in a newspaper a minimum of 14 days prior to the committee meeting. And whereas bylaw 07351, a bylaw to adopt and maintain a policy with respect to the provision of public notice, also notes that council may direct the other notice is to be given as council considers adequate. Therefore, be it resolved that council waive the notice provision within bylaw 07351, a bylaw to adopt and maintain a policy with respect to the provision of public notice in order for the amendments to be made to the procedural bylaw effective immediately.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. That's moved by Councillor Wilson and seconded by
Councillor Clark.
Councillor Clark. Any discussion? We go on to the vote then of waiving the notice provision. Thanks. That carries 16-0. Please go ahead then, Councillor Wilson, presenting your motion on the confidentiality of closed session meeting discussions while participating virtually.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It is moved by, oh no, don't do that. It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Clark. This motion is called Confidentiality of Closed Session Meeting Discussions While Participating Virtually. Whereas the confidentiality of closed session meeting discussions is in keeping with good governance and benefits all members of council, whereas members of council and staff who are participating virtually during a closed session meeting should be located in a private room where those not participating in the closed meeting would not have access to an attendee screen or overhear parts of a confidential discussion. And whereas the wearing of headphones or some other type of hearing equipment would eliminate the opportunity for those not participating in the closed session meeting to overhear a confidential discussion, therefore be it resolved that bylaw 21-021, a bylaw to govern the proceedings of council and committee of council, the procedural bylaw, be amended by adding subsection 10.6 under section 10, virtual participation at council and/or committee meetings as follows. 10.6, members of council and staff attending virtually shall during closed session meetings ensure they are in a private room and use headphones or some other type of hearing equipment that eliminates the opportunity for those not participating in the closed session meeting to access an attendee screen and/or overhear the confidential discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't see any speakers on the list. Councillor Wang, please.
Just wanted to clarify that the wording says that they are in a private room and use headphones. Just wanted to clarify that, correct then? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then seeing no further speakers, we will put the vote up, please. Oh, Councillor Kretsch.
So I'm just seeking clarification on what Councillor Huang just said. There are going to be moments where it's not possible to be in a private room and you're remote. And so the purpose of having the headphones is to ensure that the conversations aren't being overheard. Just to be perfectly direct about it, not everybody's living space is contained to several private rooms in a home, and so it may not be easy to do so. Your partner's working from home or who are there. My cat overhears a lot of things. So it's important that I think we just maintain that flexibility to say if you can't be in a private room for some reason, because it's going to happen, that you have the headphones in so that you're not letting any materials or information that are shared in the meeting escape to others. So I'm not sure how we address that immediately. I just flagged it when you said that maybe we should be thoughtful about that as well.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. I can see the mover and seconder thinking about the scenario. I don't know if there's any further discussion, but it's a good flag. Lots of people live in loft-type buildings or loft-type accommodations or open concept accommodations. And unless we're relegating people to the washroom, which could also be problematic in those living arrangements, in case you're living with others, it's a good point. And so I don't know if there's any further discussion about this. I think Councillor Clark.
I understand the councillor's concern. I'm not sure how we would word it. What I have witnessed, and I shared this with Councillor Wilson, is that the rooms are not always private. And I have seen councillors in an in-camera session, I'm not naming names, where family members walk through the room. And it's a private meeting at that point. And so that was the challenge that we were trying to overcome, which is specific to what Councillor Kretsch is saying. If folks don't have a private room, how do they do that? And I think the fact that using the earphones or earbuds or whatever those things in the ears are called helps to resolve that issue, because you're now, in essence, in a closed room in your head because you only have the headphones on or the earbuds on. So that was the intention. I'm not sure, I'd look to the clerk whether or not it's appropriate to remove the term private or add the term are in a private room if possible after that. But the headphones is the important part.
Through the mayor, I would suggest possibly putting in a private room / area. This is only to prevent someone from seeing confidential information on a screen. You've dealt with the ability for someone to overhear the conversation with the headphones, but it's also the screen that may contain the confidential information. So if they're in a private area / room or a room / area, they could make sure that their computer or their screens are turned away from anyone else that's in the room.
Thanks, Clerk Pilon. Is that, people feel good about that one? I would also say that the final part of the motion is it's very clear that the reason why this is coming forward is to prevent access to an attendee's screen and or overhear confidential discussions. There's times when you can turn your video off or not be on screen, have your screen on at this time when something might happen. I guess it's really up to all of us to make sure that we are doing everything that we can and should be doing to keep confidential items confidential. So, Councillor Kretsch?
I think area solves the problem. It's just that, to be blunt again, there's no private room in my house besides the washroom, so it's an open concept loft. It's me, I'm the problem. And so I just wanted to declare that. I think area solves the problem.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Jackson.
I don't mean to prolong, Mayor Horwath, but let me share an example of mine in the past couple of years where we were in camera and I turned my video off to attend to something in the house and I was locked out by clerks to come back in. So maybe some way, somehow that can also be dealt with down the road, because there may be an emergency that occurred, which happened in my case, and then 10 minutes later wanted to get back in, and clerk said to me, Councillor, you are locked out of the further deliberations of in camera. I just leave that thought, Mayor Horwath. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Is there some procedural piece that the clerks want to share on that, or?
We normally expel anyone that doesn't have their camera on because we have to know who's in the meeting during a closed session discussion. We put it in the attendance of the closed session minutes. So if you turn your camera off, we assume you've left the room. when you reconnected to the meeting, it will tell us that you're in the waiting room, and we can let you back in. Okay?
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. You can also just reduce your screen, right? So you can stay on as a video, but you can use that little line at the top where your screen gets reduced, but you're still on the video. So we can maybe do a little tutorial on that at some point. But anyways, thank you very much, mover and seconder, for the motion and the discussion. Members, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, then we'll go to the vote. With the amendment, is a friendly amendment. Is that correct? Okay, that's great. Thank you. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're on item 7.3 now. Councillor Clark, this is moving the consideration of housing services matters to the General Issues Committee. Councillor Clark, would you please present your motion?
Yes, I will, Mayor. Thank you very much. It is moved by myself and seconded by Mayor Horvath, moving the consideration of housing service matters to the General Issues Committee. Whereas Council has approved the following outcome: increase the supply of affordable and supportive housing and reduce chronic homelessness as part of the 2022 to 2026 Council priority, Safe and Thriving Neighborhoods. Whereas housing issues are strongly related to economic development matters already included within the mandate of the General Issues Committee, and whereas issues related to encampments are considered at General Issues Committee, therefore be it resolved that Bylaw 21-021, a bylaw to govern the proceedings of Council and Committee of Council, the procedural bylaw, be amended by moving the consideration of housing service matters from the Emergency and Community Services Committee, Appendix E of Bylaw 21-021, to the General Issues Committee, Appendix A of Bylaw 21-021. Just to speak to it very quickly, the Emergency and Community Services, of which I chair, it is a relatively small committee, and in discussions with our housing staff, we came to the conclusion that it would be important on housing issues that they be presented at General Issues where virtually everyone on Council is present. We were concerned that doing things at the Emergency and Community Services Committee with such a small group of people sitting around the table, that some items of interest may get lost, and we wanted the entire council to be fully seized with these issues, and that's why the recommendation was made to move it to housing. And Mayor, I do thank you for seconding the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Cratch, please.
Just wanted to plug my ongoing idea that I'm hoping will bloom at some point, that we all are at every standing committee meeting so that we can all be apprised of what's happening at them. I made a presentation last year before I was elected about this. I intend to bring it up at some point in the future where we have that discussion more wholeheartedly. I worry a little bit about what will happen is that the major discussions we're having right now at Emergency and Community Services, of which I'm a member, are related to housing. And so I just worry that there's this thing that's happening where people are feeling like they're having FOMO, fear of missing out on the excitement at Emergency and Community Services, and wanted to say that anyone who wishes to enjoy the excitement we all have should come on out and watch it if they're thinking that this is a particular time where housing services issues are things they want to be watching. But to bring it over to GIC means, so what are we going to be doing at ENCS? And for those who don't know, this is the most canceled meeting currently of all of our standing committees is ENCS. So it's been canceled, I think, at least 3 times during this term, at least 2 for sure, maybe more. So what's the activity over there now? Just something to think about. I'm not going to oppose the motion. I'm just saying that I think that we have to be thoughtful about this and we should measure the impact. And if it starts to get weird, we should course correct.
Thanks, Councillor Cratch. I don't see any further speakers on this item. So with that, we'll go to the vote. Oh, Maureen Wilson, sorry, Councillor Wilson, please go ahead.
No problem, Mayor Horvath. I apologize for the lateness of my question. I've been thinking about the proposal. I too am not opposed to it. When the housing sustainability roadmap was first introduced, there was significant attention by SLT, I thought at the time, remarking that for that presentation, all senior members of staff were in attendance because there was a clear understanding that our housing investments and our planning investments with respect to affordable housing have, there is a financial component to it. There is a planning component to it. It's not just within the confines of community service. So on that basis, I'm not opposed. However, I am moving slowly into the ledger, not slowly, quickly into the ledger, just stated by Councillor Kretsch, that housing is also infused, though, by a number of other things that are within the domain of emergency and community services, determinants of housing. And I would be afraid that that those might be less informed or less fully informed and debated now that housing is going to be moving out. But perhaps to Councillor Kretsch's comments, there is an answer to this. We'll keep an eye on how the housing is framed and debated, and perhaps the answer ultimately is a change to how we attend all standing committees. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't see anything further in terms of this item, so we can go to the vote, please. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. And if it gets weird, we'll revisit. We're now on to item 8, notices of motions. Item 8.1 is the appointment of chair and vice chair of General Issues Committee budget for 2024 budget. Councillor Cassar, may I please have the motion to waive the rules?
Yes, you may. Moved by me, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting the appointment of the chair and vice chair of General Issues Committee budget for the 2024 budget.
Okay, let's have the vote on waiving the rules. Carry 16-0. Back over to you, Councillor Cassar, for your motion.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Moved by me, seconded by Councillor Tattison. Whereas Council has been delegated the power to appoint the chair and vice chair of the General Issues Committee budget for the 2024 budget. Therefore, be it resolved that Councillor J.P. Danko be appointed chair of General Issues Committee budget for the 2024 budget, and that Councillor M. Wilson be appointed vice chair of the General Issues Committee budget for the 2024 budget.
Thanks very much, Councillor Cassar. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I do wish to thank Councillor Danko and Councillor Maureen Wilson for stepping forward and agreeing to be chair and vice chair. And Councillor Danko was vice chair of the budget process last time with myself in the chair. It is an extraordinary amount of work. And both of these councillors have demonstrated their ability to grasp these complex issues. But they've also demonstrated an ability to chair a meeting fairly reasonably and follow the rules. And they're not afraid of ruling something out of order if it's out of order. I think that we couldn't pick a better two to do this job, and so I want to thank them. And I fully support it, and I'm going to vote twice.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I think the clerks will have something to say about that. I don't see any further speakers, so thanks again for the the two folks, Councillor Danko and Councillor Wilson, who are stepping forward, and we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 15 to 1. Oh, my goodness, because Councillor Danko declared an interest. Anyway, so we are now, I just wanted to get a sense of the folks around the room. That did carry, though. We have statements by members, communication updates, and private and confidential pretty much left on the agenda. Do folks want to take a break now, or do we want to go through statement by members first? Statements by members? Okay, all right then. So we are now on to item 9, statements by members. Members of council, do you have any items of interest? If so, please indicate by adding your name to the speakers list. Councillor Clark, we'll start off.
Thank you, Mayor. I regret to inform this body that early this morning I was notified that Bruce Harschnitz, the manager of the Conservation Area Services for the Hamilton Conservation Authority, died. He was hit by a car while he was out for a walk.
Oh.
This gentleman was gentle, kind, compassionate, loved ecology, loved the conservation area, and did a remarkable job as the manager of the Conservation Area Services. He will be truly missed, and I will offer my prayers and thoughts to the family, and at the appropriate time provide a more fulsome comment on his passing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Clark, and our condolences, I think, collectively are extended to family, friends, and loved ones. Councillor Pauls, please. Can I ask Councillor Tattison, or sorry, Councillor Cassar, if you can take over the chair just for a moment?
Go ahead,
Councillor Pauls, please.
Okay, thank you. This weekend was very busy. As everybody knows, we did the Hamilton Marathon, which brought over 4,000 runners. Saturday and Sunday, they came from all over. Also, this week was Shop Locals, so it was a busy weekend. But the most important thing I did, and it was last week, was at the invitation of Manny Firito, CEO and President of the YMCA of Hamilton, Burlington, Brantford, toured the YMCA men's residence just steps away from the City Hall at the corner of James Street South and Jackson Street East. The men's residence, which is a home of 174 men and provides clean, safe, and affordable transitional housing, also supports men at risk facing both health and social challenges. I also learned on my tour that the short-term accommodation are provided weekly or monthly within 24-hour front desk support, including navigation to the critical community support service with key partners agency. More than a shelter or stopgap solution to homelessness, the men's residence is designed to meet the broader scope of the City of Hamilton Housing and Homelessness Action Plan. The men's residence program and services recognize the complex needs of the marginalized demographic affected by homelessness. Comprehensive support is needed in critical areas like food security, employment, mental health, and addiction services, and without these supports, rebuilding lives become an overwhelming challenge and often results in return to life on the street. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Councillor Tattison was also visited the men's residence, and I would encourage all my council colleagues to pay them a visit and see firsthand the critical work that they do. Without them, our homelessness encampment population would double. So I encourage everybody to go and say it was an eye-opener. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. Next, Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, and I just want to make a couple comments. Obviously, November marks the National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I wanted to highlight the important work that Interval House that is located in Ward 14 does. Provides a safe haven for women and children who have experienced abuse, and is an integral part of our community by providing an array of service that transforms lives and helps break the cycle of violence. Today and always, I will continue to support the survivors of domestic violence and the victims, and I commend the work Interval House does to ensure their safety and well-being. On a lighter note, I'd like to inform my constituents of an upcoming Ward 14 Town Hall on November 20th from 6:30 to 8 at People's Church, 510 Mohawk Road West. Our theme of the evening is capital projects, and topics that will be discussed include work slated for Chinook Twin Pad Arena parking lot and Scenic Drive, and I look forward to connecting with my constituents on that evening. And lastly, I look forward to attending the Remembrance Day ceremony at the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 163 and laying a wreath on behalf of all the veterans that lost their lives in the wars. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Spatafora. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath, and it will pale in comparison, but following on the heels of your outstanding Remembrance Day speech and the heartfelt, personal, incredible, extraordinary speech from Councillor Ted McMeekin, I just want to also, before I get into my comments, say that I want to thank President Sandy McElroy and her entire team at Mountain Branch Legion 163 on the mountain. I, along with Councillor Spatafora, who announced it, will be there this Saturday, November 11th at 10:30 a.m. There's usually about 300 in the second floor room packed for the Remembrance Day services, which cover pretty well the mountain. Mayor Horvath, for the last 5 years, when honored to give a speech at the Legion, and as a son of a World War II veteran, Ernie Jackson, born Misog Temajin, I've expressed concerns of the growing dangerous times our world is increasingly living in. After the monstrous battles of World War I and World War II, and Korea and Afghanistan of the last century, my hope and prayer was that the ultimate price paid by so many on the battlefields would not be in vain. For our liberties and freedoms are fragile and must never be taken for granted. People who know me, I believe, as an optimistic person, may be startled by this speech, but I am very concerned for the world community. Parts of the world are a powder keg ready to explode. All the critically important work we do as elected officials and the bureaucracy for Hamiltonians must be kept in perspective when global affairs are taken into account. I say all of the above because the irony of ironies for me, as we commemorate Remembrance Day this weekend, is that the peace that was won by millions, specifically our Canadian soldiers and military, must be to an even greater degree saluted and cherished and never forgotten. This is in the face of a world that is becoming more angrier, more violent, more unstable, and more reckless. To conclude, Mayor Horvath, and in my humble opinion, the mantra, quote, "we will remember them," is potentially more saliently meaningful than ever before. God keep and bless the best country in the world, Canada. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, following on the comments of my colleagues' somber and brief Ward 10 report today, I'll be attending the Remembrance Day ceremonies at the Stoney Creek Cenotaph in Ward 10 with my fellow elected Stoney Creek representatives from all levels of government. The Cenotaph was constructed in 1922 by the residents of the former township of Saltfleet, which is the precursor to the city of Stoney Creek, and celebrated its 100th anniversary last year. Unfortunately, that was 4 days before we were sworn in, so I didn't get the opportunity to publicly comment at that time. But I think it's important to make note that our Stoney Creek community has been congregating every year at the site for 101 years to remember our fallen, to give thanks to those who have served, and to acknowledge the price of peace, which I think is significant. Also want to acknowledge Stoney Creek's 713 Air Cadet Squadron, known as the Thunderbolt Squadron. These young folks will hold vigil overnight at the Cenotaph from November 10th through to November 11th. I do plan on dropping by and paying tribute to them, and of course I invite all colleagues to drop by and do the same, members of the public as well. And special thanks to the parish of St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church, which abuts the Cenotaph Park, for supporting the Cadet Center community on this endeavor. And also my final portion to the Ward 10 report, I want to offer some special thanks to Councillors Burt Reynolds and Tom Selleck, Matt Francis and JP Danko, along with Mark Tattison as well. I do want to admit that I had committed to join Councillor Francis, but I pulled out an old picture of a mustache I grew a few years ago, and frankly, it was terrifying. But I'm receiving some pretty heavy lobbying from my Ward 5 colleagues, so we'll see where that goes. Mayor, I'm a survivor myself of men's cancer some 21 years ago, so I'm indebted to anyone who participates in Movember Men's Cancer Awareness Month. As a group, we're often, as men, less than stellar about discussing our health concerns. Really? It's true story. So I remind everyone in our community to be diligent, ask questions of your medical professionals. Of course, highlighting prostate and testicular cancers have a very high recovery rate if treated early, and I am proof positive of that. I'm sitting before you because of that. So I invite residents to visit ca.movember.com for additional resources. As well, support your local cancer research initiatives, and of course, all of the great work that's taking place at the Juravinski Health Center, where I was treated, through Hamilton Health Science Foundation. Any support financial is going to continue to bring about great results. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. One of the things I admire most about the folks sitting around this horseshoe is their willingness to share personal stuff. And I think Councillor Clark and Councillor Beattie have recently shared some health-related stuff. Just a quick story. 14 years ago, I was diagnosed early with prostate cancer, and I started to grow a mustache then, and this is what it's developed into. So I'll have to shave it off to start again, I guess. But one of the things I did was I called my 5 best male friends over 50 and said, have you been tested? None of them had. They all went to be tested. 2 of them, it turned out, had prostate cancer. So the importance of being tested, as Councillor Beattie has suggested, cannot be stressed enough. So I just shared that story for what it's worth. The best way you can be your friend is to remind somebody to take care of themselves. On a lighter note, I'm pleased to share with the members around this horseshoe that we are blessed in Waterdown with 3 history teachers, all of whom have been recognized provincially or nationally for their incredible teaching skills, and all of whom are very engaged with engaging students, one with Indigenous students, others on some of the Legion stuff. And students, high school students at Waterdown District High are very, very involved in the Indigenous Garden, in the Museum of Hope. Some of you may have caught the major 2-page story yesterday about the Museum of Hope, which I would invite you all to, I know we always invite people to come to our ward, and I don't think I've ever done that, but if you get a chance on Remembrance Day at 2 o'clock at the Legion, they'll be opening that Museum of Hope, which this council saw fit to provide a grant to, Your Worship. I understand you may be joining us. I'm looking forward to that. And Rob Fossman is the teacher that was the driving force of the museum. There are a lot of people in Waterdown and Flamborough who are strongly desirous of maintaining, retaining, enhancing our remembrance of our history. And one of my jobs as a councillor will be to try to pull all of these diverse groups together to see if we can move in a concerted and collaborative way towards a museum, perhaps similar to the Dundas Museum, which is, I think is the prototype, and wonderful place. So thank you, Rob Fossman. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Tidridge, for your wonderful efforts with students. When I count my blessings, I count the three of you twice. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. I don't see anybody else on the list of wanting to share anything. I will take a moment, if you don't mind, to just remind folks about the downtown Remembrance Day activities. This year we have both the Garrison Parade and the Remembrance Day ceremony happening on the same day, which is obviously Saturday the 11th. The Garrison Parade will, I believe, leave the armories at approximately 10:15. So if folks want to watch the Garrison Parade travel through the downtown, up James Street and across to the Cenotaph, then that's the timing for you. And then usually we'll start the service around 11:15. And so welcome folks to come and share in the somber remembrance that's happening on Saturday, either downtown or in the many other parts of our city. Thanks so much. Okay, so now, folks, we have another decision. Do we want to go on to the council correspondence and then on to, just keep going? Okay, right on. All right. So we are on to, is that okay with everybody? I think it's all right. Looks like it's okay. I'm taking my cues from Councillor Jackson here. October 20th, 2023 to November 2nd, 2023, council communication updates. Councillor Kassar, may I please have a motion to receive the council communication updates?
Of course, Mayor Horvath, moved by me, seconded by Councillor Taddison, that council communication updates from October 20th, 2023 to November 2nd, 2023 be received.
Thanks very much. Are there any items that folks want to refer or, in other words, direct? I don't see any speakers on the list. So we'll then go to the vote. Please indicate your vote now on the communication updates. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. Item 11, private and confidential closed council minutes, October 25th, 2023. May I have a motion to approve the closed session minutes of October 25th, 2023 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Spadafora. Please indicate your votes. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. We'll now move into closed session unless you want lunch before closed session. Yeah. You want lunch before closed session? Yeah. All right. Can we have a motion then to recess? Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Francis to recess prior to closed session. Can we have the vote, please? I'm taking guidance from Councillor Jackson. He knows the story here. Okay, that carries 14-0. It's 12:07. We'll be back at 12:40. 12:40. We are going to need to move into closed session at this point. So may I please have a motion to move into closed session to consider items 11.2 and 11.3 pursuant to Section 9.3, subsection B and D of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and Section 239.2, subsection B and D of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matters pertain to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employees, and labor relations and employee negotiations. So can I have the mover and the seconder for the closed session? Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Thanks very much. Let's have the vote up, please. That carries 12-0. Thanks very much. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members of council rejoin the meeting, council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. So we'll now go into closed. Okay. Okay, no problem.
Agreed.
Okay, no problem. Okay. All right, I believe we're back online and ready to go back into open session. Members of council, we're now back in open session. Please ensure you are back in the open portal of eScribe, which I have to do myself. We will wait. Well, I don't think we need to wait. I think the clerks have indicated that we're all back up and running. Our doors have been opened, and so we'll move on to item 11.2, which is the appointment to the Hamilton Police Services Board. May I please have a motion respecting the appointment to the Hamilton Police Services Board? I believe Councillor Nan, you have that?
I do,
Please.
Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Spatafora that Anjali Menezes be appointed to the Hamilton Police Services Board for the 2022-2026 term commencing November 8, 2023, and until a successor is chosen. B, that the direction to staff in closed session for the clerk to administer the oath also be approved.
Thanks very much. Can we have the vote up, please? Oh, is there any, I guess there's no discussion. Okay, thank you. Can we have the vote up, please? I can't get out of closed, so thumbs up from me. Thanks very much. That carries 16-0. Item 11.3, may I please have a motion to receive the update and maintain its confidentiality? This is on ATU Local 107 collective bargaining update. Can I have a motion, please? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Francis. Can we have the vote up, please? Which I still can't do. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We now have a motion on the bylaws, I believe. The bylaws and confirming bylaw. Councillor Cassar, may I have a motion on the bills?
Yes, Mayor Horvath, moved by me, seconded by Councillor Patterson, that bills number 23-206 to number 23-214 be passed and the corporate seal affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered and signed by the mayor and city clerk.
Thanks very much. Any discussion on the bills, folks? Seeing none, then we'll go to the vote. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. I think we're now on the motion for adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Oh, Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Tattison. All those in favor? Oh, I guess we should just go to the, back to the eScribe, although I can't do that still. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much, everyone. Have a good remainder of the afternoon.